Then I got a wicket with my first ball next over. And then a day and a half later,
yes,
after Steve Waugh had made 96 and Graham Wood had made, and Jeff Lawson had just been hit.
Here's Cummins, full and driven straight back at him by Shubman Gill, well fielded by the bowler on his follow through. So end of the over, 28 needed for India, 2 down.
So there was a bit happening, and when I got Gordon Greenidge out first ball, second innings, we were pumped up because Jeff Lawson had just been hit. We declared 8 down. So Jeff Lawson retired hurt, or may have fallen on his stump, so I can't quite remember. So I got Gordon Greenidge out, and I thought I'm on a hat-trick. Richie Richardson comes in. I claim a play and miss, but I reckon he played inside it because it was about 2 foot outside off stump. And at the end of the over, Steve Waugh, or the end of the next over, Tony Dodemaide bowled. Steve Waugh came down and said, I think you got a hat-trick. I said, don't think so. And he went through it. I said, no, I don't think so. He said, I'm pretty sure. I said, what makes you so sure? We just heard on the PA system.
It's Hazlewood who bowls to Rahane, who's back, and a beautiful shot. Punches backward of 4. Nice cut shot and away to the boundary it goes on the Punt Road side of the ground. So Rahane moves to 13. He's been the central figure in the Test match so far. India 2 for 46. They still need 24 to win.
Similar situation here because Hazlewood has taken a wicket in the first innings between Lyons, 2 wickets.
It all happened in a rush, didn't it?
Yeah.
So Nathan Lyon may well not know. So it'll be good if he comes on the bowl and takes a hat-trick. That would be...
So then you and Nathan Lyon can form your own club.
Well, exactly. It's a little bit lonely at the hat-trick over 3 overs club.
Yes.
It's like Damien Fleming's next door with the hat-tricks on debut in Test cricket.
Yes.
It's pretty lonely at those meetings.
Could have another member. Here's Hazlewood. Short, pulled away, in the air, out into the deep, off the batter. Rahane bisects the 2 fieldsmen at backward square and fine leg. It's safe. And Rahane is going to get back for 2. The man in the deep just link up together in Cummins to save the 4, and also Labuschagne to have the throw back in as Nathan Lyon is warming up. 2 more there for Rahane. Moves to 15. India need 22 to win.
Well, the Australians would have got a little bit excited there because there was a fair bit of hang time and it's a long boundary down there, but probably couldn't have split those fieldsmen down there any more evenly. So right in the middle and landed safe, and good work by Pat Cummins on the boundary just to flick the ball to Labuschagne.
Hazlewood in again. Rahane behind it, defending back to the bowler.
Good defensive shot, isn't it? Been talking about it and really solid. Hazlewood just having a look around, checking where his 2 men behind square are. So normally when a bowler does that, it would indicate that he's thinking about possibly another short one.
Story of today so far, if you've just flick the radio on, Australia resuming at 6 for 133. Losing their last 4 wickets for 67 runs. It's Hazlewood outside off. He's got Rahane looking, who's trying to drive through the offside. He plays and misses into the gloves of Payne. Cam Green out for 45, Cummins for 22, Lyon out for 3 and Hazlewood 10. Mitchell Starc was 14 not out, 3 wickets for Siraj for the Indians, and so a lead of 69 for Australia. The target 70 to win for India. They're currently 2 for 48, needing 22 more.
It was a good even bowling performance too, wasn't it? The wickets were there. Siraj got 3, and there was 3 bowls that took 2 wickets. And that's a real indication that they're working together as a team.
Hazlewood in again. Rahane's driving, just wide of mid-on. Collected by Mitchell Starc. There's no run. The 2 men out in this innings, both with interesting stories. Mayank Agarwal, who was out for 5, caught by the keeper caught by the keeper off Starc's bowling. So he's missed out in both innings here, Agarwal. That gives him scores of 5 and 0 for the Test match. And if you go a little bit further back than that, on Agarwal, he's got now 5, 0, 9, 17, 3 and 7 in his last 6 innings. His last big score came over 12 months ago. There's Hazlewood outside the off stump. Glorious shot. Just stand and deliver from Rahane, who just punches off the back foot through the covers and away for 4. Never looked like running as he held his follow through almost like a golfer on the tee box. What a Test match he's having. He moves to 19. India within 18 of victory.
Yeah, just a little bit more width there. Went after it and hit it beautifully. Wide of mid-off, almost to the cover region for 4. And as a bowler, you hate to see that when a batsman hits the ball stands there, watches it, and just starts scraping his guard. You just think he's hit that pretty well. But not a bad ball, and that's what Hazel would be trying to entice Rahane to do, is to probably hit a little bit squarer, but Rahane up to the challenge and hitting that straighter of cover. So just wide mid off. And that's a lovely shot. And Nathan Lyon into the attack and on a hat-trick.
You're the perfect man to have here for this moment, Murph.
Oh, I'm tipping he'll know now.
Just flashes on the big screen here that he's on a hat-trick.
See, they didn't have these boards when I played. At the Wacker, it would have been handy to know that.
The other man out today was Pajara. Went for 3, caught green in the gully off Cummins bowling. So Cummins has now got Pajara in 3 consecutive innings in the series. So another fascinating matchup. You can put that alongside Smith and Ashwin, and there's a heap of others that are unfolding as this series progresses.
But I think if India win, winning and having an individual fail is a lot less of a worry than losing and having an individual fail.
He's bowling to the right hand of Shubman Gill. How's he getting here, Murph?
Caught that pad.
Few crowd in the bat on a hat-trick. Nathan Lyon Gill's forward and defending.
So close.
Out on the offside.
And
you're in a club of 1 still, Murph.
It's going to be a lonely old annual meeting again this year. Or next year, I should say.
Lyon denied a hat-trick over 3 overs across 2 innings in Test cricket as he bowls a quicker ball to Gill, who defends on the leg side.
But I'd still like to see him take a hat-trick here. So that means there's 3 wickets in his hat-trick in this innings rather than just the 1.
India need 18 to win. Australia need 8 wickets. India 2 for 52 in the second dig. Target is 70. Gill's down the track again defending.
Still a bit of encouragement going out there by the Aussies. It's a good lesson to anyone listening, is never give up. Doesn't matter the situation of the game.
Line to Gill, and again straight out the middle of the bat, defends back to the bowler.
The game is not over till it's over. And there's a lot of teams in this situation. They'd be flat as attack and they'd just be waiting for the inevitable. But Aussie's still searching for wickets.
Line to Gill, works it around the corner. And he'll get 1 through fine leg. Running back from backward square is Josh Hazlewood, does the fielding. So a single taken. Shubman Gill to 26. India needs 17 to win. 2 down. A test match for this man, Ajinkya Rahane.
It's been outstanding, hasn't he? Just a shuffle in the field now. So a cover comes across to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket coming into that leg slip region.
Captained India twice previously. Just one of 33 men in the history of Test cricket to captain India. Got a perfect record so far. As Lyon to Rahane is back and driving. And Lyon fields on his follow-through. Heaves it in over the stumps to Payne. Rahane weaving out of the way to avoid the throw. Just the 1 off the over, so end of Lyon's first in the innings. India needs 17 to win, 2 wickets down. Rahane 19, Shubman Gill on 26.
So what are we talking? Who's having a chat here?
So this is Labuschagne talking to Matthew Wade.
Surely Matthew Wade's not going to bowl about field placing, yeah. So Hazlewood to bowl, just hands his cap to Mitch Starc, as in the modern day. You don't give it to the umpire, just the bloke at mid-on wears 2 hats.
Two slips in a gully. New over starting. Shubman Gill on strike as he works a ball off leg stump. Just wide of mid-on. Starc low down does the fielding.
It looked like he hurt himself there with that dive, Mitch Starc.
How would you go trying to find a teammate to carry your hat and sunnies for you, Murph, between overs?
Pretty much on your own. Plus, I must admit, I did sweat a bit, so no one wanted to come anywhere near me. Just grabbing his lower back into his hip, right-hand side, Mitch Starc. They landed awkwardly and heavily there when he stopped that ball.
Stretching at the moment too as he walks in at mid-on. Ball down the leg side, Hazlewood to Shubman Gill, nothing on it. Payne takes it. Fascinating result in the context of the series. The Indians are obviously the holders of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. So they just need to level the series to go home with the trophy, with Australia obviously next expected to make their way to the subcontinent. An unusual situation with the Test Championship and India coming twice in 3 summers. That means if India can level the series here, which they're expected to do.
Well, if they
play.
don't, something's gone terribly wrong for them.
Here's Hazlewood. He bowls on off stump and Gill defends on the offside. I came in using that language and you had a go at me. He said I need to be more positive. So I thought I don't want to count the result before it's happened.
That was 20 runs ago, though.
You got a text message coming through, Merv, and a photo included.
Yeah, bloke out at, where is he, corner inlet. He's got the double hat-trick, 4 snapper there, 4 good snapper. And that's what we need from Hazlewood in this over. 4 good snappers with 3 balls left. So a no ball run out.
0467920222 the SMS. Gill on strike.
Ooh.
Off leg stump. Plays to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. There's no run. A fascinating break between tests, not just to work out where the third's going to be played, but personnel. Umesh Yadav is hurt. Will Mohammad Shami come back for India? Their team, apart from that, looks pretty settled. They just need a fast bowler to join Siraj, who looks right at home in Test cricket, and Bumrah. And then there's the Aussies. What to make of the top 6, the positioning. Is Warner coming back? Heap of personnel questions. As Hazlewood short of the length on the pull, full-blooded pull shot, Shubman Gill. Away it goes through mid-wicket and rolls into the rope for 4.
And a long way in front of square, so really good shot there. Have a look at that. Sort of rocked onto the front foot, leaned back onto the back foot and controlled that beautifully. We've got a bloke at backward square leg and a bloke at straightish, shortish mid-wicket. Big gap there, got it through there, straight through mid-wicket to the boundary 4 and hit that really well, it must be said.
13 needed to win for India. Australia need 8 wickets. Here's Gill, who defends back down the pitch, and Hazlewood fields, throws the stumps down. He's in his crease, Shubman Gill, so no dramas there. Just the 4 off the over. India require 13 runs. Australia need 8 wickets. Shubman Gill on 30, Rahane on 19. We're going to get another over in before drinks. The midway point of this second session on day 4.
Have we heard
Tim Bain just saying to Matthew Wade, it was a good shot, that. A pull shot from Shubman Gill, the 21-year-old.
Not bad. Have we heard a crowd number today? Because it looks as though it's been pretty consistent throughout the...
13,021, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just...
I thought it looked a little bit more, I suppose.
He's lined to Rahane, who defends back to the bowler.
I suppose the corporate boxes and the corporate rooms wouldn't have too many in today. 13,000 looks just a little bit bigger than that.
Almost 25,000 on day 3, almost 24 on day 2, and then 27.5 on day 1. Rahane down the track, hitting in the air, out towards long on, and the catch is dropped. Stark making good ground late at full stretch, couldn't hang on to it, and puts down Rahane, who gets back for a second. He moves to 21. India need 11 to win.
It's in the air. I think he tried to get that a little bit squarer, held up a little bit. And Mitch Stark running around, diving full stretch, getting to it both hands, about a foot off the ground, but not being able to hold the catch. It was a great effort, but unfortunately for Australia, another catch goes down.
Lyon gets on with it as he bowls to Rahane, who defends.
It was an interesting sort of a shot. It wasn't a full-blooded shot. It looked as though Rahane was trying to control it and hit it a bit squarer. We've got a deep square leg, a deep mid-on. Looked like he's trying to hit that to mid-wicket. Just spooned it up.
Line in again. Rahane's back and just plays out on the offside. There's no run. It's been very uncharacteristic, hasn't it, the fielding for Australia? I mean, that's a tough chance.
Well, they've all been tough chances. To be fair, probably Travis Head was the only one, but when your hands hit the ground, your elbows hit the ground, you expect to hold it.
Line to Rahane, just works it away on the leg side past Wade at short leg underneath the helmet, and you'll get 1 for that. So Rahane to 22. 10 needed to win for India. They're 2 for 60 in the second innings.
So we harp on those catches. They're tough catches, but yes, at this level, we expect them to be taken. But Labuschagne and Smith in the gully, sort of half volleys on the way up at pace. The leg slipped. There was a catch put down there. So it's just those 50%ers.
Line to Gill. Stonewalls are back out on the leg side. There's no run. So 10 needed to win for India. 2 for 60. The Indian tally in the second dig. So 10 more needed from here. 7 drop catches in the game. They also had another chance which went between the wicketkeeper and second slip, the Australians. There's a few other chances which fell just short of fieldsmen in the cordon. It's been a frustrating display in the field. It's something we don't ordinarily associate with Australian teams. And India headed towards just their 8th Test victory in these parts. No surprises. There's no drinks taken. Halfway through this second session on day 4. There's a bowling change. Considering the fact the leg spinner's coming on, we've got not even a part-time leg spinner. You were saying before, bowling all-rounder, you're trying to pump up your batting. Kristen Beams is back with me. G'day, Beamsy.
Hey, Corby, and I think in these situations you're always saying, well, what can you get out of the game? If you're a part-time leg spinner, plenty would be the answer.
Here's Marnus Labuschagne as he bowls a short ball and Rahane pulls it away along the ground out to deep square for 1.
He's been thinking about this moment, Marnus Labuschagne, no doubt. Be thinking, I can definitely bowl a few overs. And he'll take any over he can get, I reckon.
Come on, Marnie. 198 to get, man.
Didn't bowl in Adelaide. First time in a long while he hasn't bowled in a test match. Well flighted here. Gill takes the full toss and beautiful on drive. Just wide of Hazlewood in the regulation position and away for 4. And Shubman Gill moves to 34. India close in. They need 5 for victory. India 2 for 65 in the second dig.
Shubman Gill and Cameron Green are just having the exact same kind of momentum at the start of their test careers. They're just getting better and better, and it's very exciting.
Gill gets a short ball outside off. He cuts it out to point. Cummins a little deeper. Throw comes in and a single taken. 4 to win for India.
It'd just be nice to get one of these guys out before they get there. And just to try and just so they've got something to think about. But it's hard to see how you're going to get both of these 2 batters out.
Here comes Labuschagne, bowls to Rahane. He's on the back foot, plays to point. There's no run. It's fitting that this man's on strike. He's been the player of the test match. His captaincy. And of course, his stunning 100 in the first innings. Labuschagne, short down leg. It's pulled away. It's stopped at backward square. Nice diving effort from Cummins, and there's no run.
It's like he's walking a foot taller, Rahane. I think he's just got better and better, and he's really thrived on the captaincy, and it's brought out the best in his batting.
Last ball of the over. Rahane on strike, gets a full toss, plays it through the covers. Glorious cover drive. The chase is on, back to the boundary. Diving effort from Hazlewood, who throws it back inside the rope, and the batsmen are going to cross back for a 3rd. So they're going to wipe off the deficit. It was Green in the outfield. 2 for 69 India. And the test match is level. India with 8 wickets in hand. They need 1 to win. Rahane to 26. Shubman Gill on 35. And Marnus Labuschagne's only over goes for 9.
Well, that's the enthusiasm of a young player at the start of their test career. I think there's plenty of times where you've seen that ball just trickle away for 4 runs and signalling the end for Cameron Green. And I think they've been pretty good, Australia. Merv was talking about it a little bit, but it's so easy in this situation to just simply roll over and to go through the motions, and no doubt Justin Langer has spoken to them about that.
Here comes Lyon on his way in, bowls to Rahane, who defends it back to the bowler.
So it's just about taking one of them with you, and I'm sure there's plenty of conversation going out there about trying to do that, is just to try and take an extra pole. What can we do? What sort of impact can we have?
Lyon again to Rahane. Whips it away on the leg side. Hesitation. Sent back Rahane. Throw comes in from Green. There's no run.
That'd be an even bigger win, I reckon, a run out. They've had a few. I think both teams have had some run outs. So a run out, just a little bit of miscommunication. It'd be a nice little addition for Australia, I reckon.
India need 1 to win. Lyon in again. Rahane down the track. Hits it straight to Green again at square leg. There's no run.
When he wants the winning runs, and so he should. It's been that kind of test match where he deserves to hit the winning runs. I'm sure Gill will be pretty happy to hit the winning runs also, though.
Rahane awaits line. He works it off his pads again to Green at square leg. Another dot ball. Wonder when. Rahane 26, Shubman Gill 35.
I hope we see a bit of celebration. He's been very circumspect, Rahane.
Lyon comes in again. Quicker ball. Pull shot. Misfield from Hazelwood. Got a hand on it. Rahane trots through for the single. And India win the second test in Melbourne. A famous victory for the tourists. Just their 8th test victory in Australia. Their 4th here at the MCG. And what a comeback. All out 36 in Adelaide to win by 8 wickets in Melbourne. The series is alive. The series is tied at 1-1 with 2 to play.
There were serious question marks after Adelaide about India's performance, but we end the Melbourne Test match with serious questions about Australia. They fought back well, India, and led by Rahane and that innings. And that is what they needed to get themselves going. We've had usual suspects for both teams not doing well, but for India, Rahane's performance has been outstanding. Shubman Gill's been excellent. Siraj has been good with the ball. They've just led very, very well. And in particular, Ashwin, I think he's been someone who's been so impressive to me throughout this test match. His record isn't great in Australia, but the tide is turning for Ashwin in terms of that record. But from an Australian point of view, there's plenty to think about in terms of their batting. We don't know what that batting lineup is going to look like moving forward. And I think there's a bit of work to be done. I think their bowling unit is very, very good for Australia, but from a batting perspective, there's a lot of work to do and trying to get the right combination going into the next test match, wherever that test match will be.
Absolutely, that's the bottom line at the moment. Who knows where we'll be next, but India advantage the tourists in the series, so 1-1, but they're obviously the current holders of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, so as a result, Australia need to win at least 1, maybe 2 of the remaining test matches if they are to get the trophy back. Shubman Gill finishes not out 35, Rahane not out 27 after his stunning 100 in the first innings. Pujara out for 3, caught Green bowled Cummins, so Cummins has got him again. And Agarwal departing, caught keeper Payne off Stark's bowling for 5, so Stark picking up Agarwal's wicket in both innings. The bowling for Australia very quickly. Stark 4 overs, 1 for 20. Cummins 5 overs, 1 for 22. Hazelwood 3 overs, no wicket for 14. Lyon 2.5 overs, no wicket for 5. And Labuschagne's 1 over went for 9. Beamsy, always good fun. Great to hear from you throughout the test.
Thanks, Corby.
It's time now for Grandstand at Stumps with the test match complete. India victorious by 5 wickets. Let's kick it down to Merv Hughes, Dirk Nannes and Al Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Corbin. Australia, well, not the performance the Australian team wanted in the Boxing Day test, but for India to fight back the way it did and level the series. An extraordinary performance here in Melbourne in a match that started with runs such a precious commodity, but Ajinkya Rahane really did turn the match India's way. Initially with excellent field placements, the way he rotated his bowlers, and then with the bat making a century at the MCG in the first innings, his 112. Well, it ultimately proved the difference in this match. Merv Hughes is downstairs here in the Ponsford stand with me. Just a big thumbs up with Paul Rifle after his 50th test, Merv, and what a performance from India during this test match to get over the line pretty comfortably by 8 wickets in the end.
Oh, yeah, well, Paul Rifle, 50th test match at the MCG, good on him. And quite rightly so, India played really, really good. Rahane's 100 in the first innings. The difference in the game for mine, we spoke about it last night, Dirk, and was an incredible innings. And given the position that India are in, 1 test down, 4 changes to their side. It could have ended up badly for India, but a captain's knock, and yeah, it's 1-1, so game on.
Well, that was the situation, Dirk. I mean, India coming off Adelaide, no Virat Kohli, dismissed for 36 in the second innings. They come here, Australia on top, full of confidence, and they turn it around, and they turn it around really convincingly.
I think it shows that cricket is a game of inches. You look at the Adelaide game, and Australia didn't bowl too much differently to what they did in Adelaide. but the ball just wasn't doing quite as much. And what India were able to do is win over this test match through patience with the bat. I thought that their discipline with the bat in what they played at, what they left, which was highlighted by Rahane's innings, was the difference between the two sides. I don't think Australia can actually expect too much more out of their bowling department, nor India for that matter. This is really a test series about whose batting can stand up, because we know the bowling is first class. And at the moment, India sort of nudging ahead. I think Australia got away with one in Adelaide with bowling the opposition out for 36 thanks to the bowling department. I don't think the Australian batters are necessarily in getting Australia in this series, and they need to step up. But I guess if anyone's due, it's someone out of the Australian top order. The time has come.
Yeah, well, it's been level, like 200 in the second innings. It's a high score for the series. So you have a look at that. You can't be making 200 in both innings of a test match and expect to win it. Now, the games have gone about the same. There's been plenty of time left. And so it has been hard work. And Dirk hit on there. The bowling's been sensational. Yes, Rahane's 100 was outstanding. Even if he gets caught on 74, that tough chance to Smith, I think they're still ahead of the game, aren't they? So he's got that 74 where the Australians' high score was nowhere near that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Australians do from here. There's got to be changes. After being out for 200 and a couple of scores, 3 scores less than 200, there must be changes.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, Australia won the first test match, but was behind in the match at the halfway mark, and ultimately did manage to bowl India out for 36, which swung it Australia's way. Here they come to the MCG and they haven't produced significant scores again. 200 in the second innings, 195 in the first innings. The lower order required to build some sort of lead for Australia to bowl out here, which was never going to be enough to set 70 to win. But Merv, you say changes are going to be necessary. I think it's certainly going to be one change with David Warner coming into the side. Would they make more than one change?
I don't think so. I don't think you should be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The series is 1-1. They had a decent performance in the first game. This one, yeah, there weren't too many people in the Australian side guilty of playing ridiculous shots. There are a couple of sort of unlucky dismissals, a few where you're a bit frustrated with the dismissals, such as Travis Head's dismissals. But you know, people are getting in, they're just missing the opportunity to cash it into a big one. And I don't think the alternatives that are outside of the side at the moment are going to come in and be able to rectify those issues. The glaring one, of course, is Burns. But aside from that, I don't think there's going to be any changes.
So if it's not Warner, and it looks like it probably is going to be, he's been having net sessions here at the MCG. He's been running during those sessions as well, and he's still got a significant amount of time to get himself ready for the test, which starts on the 7th of January. And then you would have the left-hander and probably Matthew Wade, the left-hand the order, with Burns going out. I know Australia's been very keen to have the right left-hand combination, but it's not like Australia has a glut of options for right-handers who could go in at the moment and open the batting, particularly given Will Pucovski's situation and the fact he's not really under consideration.
I think that's exactly how you have to go. If Warner doesn't play, Harris plays. I think that the time for being patient with the left and right-hand combination is gone. Yeah, in an ideal world, you'd have Pucovski fit, but that's not happening, and I think you just have to fall on your sword and say, right, we're going to go with left hand, which historically has been very good for Australia anyway.
Did Wade do enough to convince you that he can be a solid option at the top of the order, at least for now, Merv Hughes?
He's Mr. Versatile, isn't he? He came in as a wicketkeeper. When he was overlooked as a wicketkeeper, he went back to Shield cricket, batted in the top 4, got a heap of runs and just got in on the amount of runs he was making. He's batting in the middle order, then he shifted to the top, and he's been useful. So there's no real reason to push him out of that. The only way you could think would be that if Warner was coming back in, Pucovski was in good form and was right to go, you may think about the young bloke with the experienced opener. But with that, Matthew Wade has done nothing wrong. He's got runs down the order. He's got 40 here in the second innings. He's done really well, so you can't see him being omitted from the side. And the other thing I like about Matthew Wade is that he gives the side just a little bit of grunt. He gives them that little bit of spice, doesn't he? He's in the faces of the opposition. He's chirpy. He's just like a little pit bull terrier just pecking away at you. And the thing about him, he doesn't just bark, he bites. So I can't see him being overlooked. But, yeah, certainly Warner's got to come back in. He's been with the Australian side, and like you say, the other option is Harris if Warner isn't. I've got to the stage now where you just think, I put up every argument you can possibly put up for Joe Burns, but I think he's just run out of time.
You concur with that, Dirk?
Oh, spot on. I've been saying that for a long while now. And now I think, whilst in the previous Test matches, whilst I disagreed with their decision, I understood how they came about it, and you accept that. But now, like I said last night at the end of the game, it's just the time has come that I don't think it's possible to pick Joe Burns anymore for his own sanity, for his own ability to come back into the Test side in the future. Go back, have a slog in the Big Bash, enjoy your cricket again, come back, make some shield runs at the end of the season and put your hand back up again, because I'm not saying that he's gone forever. He's just gone for now.
We still await news of where the next Test match is going to be played. You can see the curators out on the ground at the moment. They've been working away on the pitch to the left of the surface they were playing on, getting it ready should it be required to host the next Test match. We're being told that there's still no decision being made on where the next Test is going to be played, and it may not be for several hours until that's the case. We're going to bring you the presentations here at the MCG in a moment. The Australian captain Tim Paine will also join us live on Grandstand Cricket. We're about to have the presentations though, with Tim Paine out there and Ajinkya Rahane having just made his way out onto the field. I think there's going to be little surprise as to who claims man of the match honours for their performance in the match here. So India chasing 70 runs to win, got there with 8 wickets to spare, 2 for 70. Shubman Gill looked very good with 35, and Ajinkya Rahane made 27 not out. And we're in a bay of Indian fans who are sticking around and loved every second of the performance of India during this Test match. So the presentations are happening remotely. Let's go downstairs and take them in.
The best performed player on that tour. He worked here at the MCG, and the medal is designed as a recreation of the belt buckle worn by that team. Congratulations, Ajinkya. I guess you couldn't be more proud, not just of your performance, but of the entire team's performance after the devastating loss there in Adelaide.
Yes, absolutely. Really proud of all the players. Played really well. But I want to give credit to debutants. Shubman Gill and Mohammad Siraj, especially coming after Adelaide, that loss. The way they shown their character, I thought for us, character was really important going into this Test match, and unfortunately we lost Umesh Yadav in the second innings, but the way everyone played was really magnificent.
Well, you mentioned Umesh going out. I guess you got your team balance and your selection perfectly right, having the 5 bowling options that became very important in that second innings.
Yeah, that worked out really well for us. We were thinking about one all-rounder, and Jadeja's part was really crucial. As I said on the first day, that he's batting really well at the moment, bowled well as well, and his inclusion in the team is really magnificent.
And you mentioned those 2 debutants. They just look very, very comfortable at Test level. So that's an exciting proposition going forward, longer term for India.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Shubman, we all know his first-class career. He did really well, batted really well, and even in this game, he's shown that intent that he can actually play shots at this level. At the same time, he can bat with the composure as well. Siraj, he bowled with a lot of discipline. It's very difficult for debutant to bowl with that discipline. You can sometimes get carried away, but I think first-class thing I feel is really handy. Guys, when they play first-class cricket for 4 or 5 years and come here at the Test cricket, they know what to do actually, and that becomes really easy for the captain.
And the cricketing world will marvel at the turnaround that you have been able to take this team on in this journey here at the MCG. As a captain, what did you say to the teams? Did you talk a lot, or was it just leading by example with that magnificent century?
No, talk was all about showing that attitude on the field, showing that intent on the field, and as I said, character. That matters a lot. Adelaide, as I said, that 1 hour. That 1 hour actually took game away from us. Australia played really well, but I think character and attitude was really important going into the test match. But still lots to learn for all of us as a team. I thought Australians in the end, last 5 wickets, they batted really well. They applied themselves really well. It was hard for us because of 4 bowlers, but credit to each and every individual to show that character and win this test match.
And I know all of India will be wondering what's the situation firstly with Umesh Yadav and Rohit Sharma. Is he available for the third test?
Umesh is actually recovering well. I think management and our medical staff will take the call. We have time before third test match. Yes, we are excited about Rohit coming back into the test team. He's actually eagerly waiting to come back and join the team. Spoke to him yesterday and he's really excited about it.
All right, well, congratulations, mate. A wonderful individual performance and, more importantly, you secure a 1-all situation in the series now. Well done, Ajinkya Rahane.
Thank you.
Indian captain Ajinkya Rahane, who is the man of the match as well, and the Indian fans here appreciate that. If you're listening in Western Australia and regional areas, you're about to depart for the country hour in a couple of minutes' time, but we'll take you back to the presentation with Tim Paine.
Pretty poor cricket, pretty sloppy cricket for the majority of the test match. It's to take nothing away from India. They put us under pressure and forced us into making a number of mistakes, particularly with the bat and in the field. And when you do that against good sides, you make it very hard to win.
Well, I was going to say 195 and 200 neat, the batting performances. Is it a case of India just too good, or did your batting lineup just open up too many opportunities for them?
Oh, no, look, I think you've got to give the Indian attack credit. They've bowled beautifully to us. There's no doubt about that. We haven't adapted as well as we would have liked. And as a batting group, there's no doubt we are very disappointed with what we've put up in the first 2 test matches. But there's still 2 to go, so we'll work hard and try and rectify it in the next test match. Yeah, indeed. One of the positives, a shining light, I guess, Cam Green. He looks pretty comfortable at this level. Yeah, I think he started his career really well. We knew the talent he's got. We can see the temperament he's got. And, with more and more Test cricket, he's going to blossom into a pretty outstanding player, which is exciting for us as a team and for the Australian public to watch. OK, got 9 days to rectify it before we head into the third test, wherever that may be. When do we expect a squad announcement? And in that 9 days, do you have to stay together? Is there an opportunity to break away for some time at home? No, I think we'll be staying together. I think there's maybe a potential for some guys to go and play some Big Bash potentially. I think with some of the border closures and stuff, though, it's looking more and more difficult. So I think we'll stay together, potentially here in Melbourne as long as we can, and then wait and see where we have to head to from there. All right, tough luck here, and we look forward to seeing you in 9 days for the third test. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And there you have it from the presentation.
Tim Paine at the completion of the presentations here at the MCG, and he will join us in just a moment on Grandstand Cricket. So India levelling the series, an 8-wicket win, 2 for 70. As Ajinkya Rahane is coming over to where all the media interviews are being done in this open bay of the Ponsford stand. I think it's going to be a pretty noisy affair because the Indian fans are absolutely lapping it up. They are thrilled with what they've seen here in the Boxing Day Test match. And India coming here a couple of years ago and winning at the MCG, and they've been able to repeat the dose in 2020 as well. So we'll have Tim Paine shortly for you on Grandstand Cricket. In fact, the Australian captain's coming to join us now. Thanks for your time, Tim. Good to see you. How do you sum things up at the completion of that test match? Obviously a result that didn't go Australia's way. The batting's been a bit of a focus across the course of the test match again. What's your read on where it went wrong?
Oh, yeah, pretty clearly. I think both test matches we haven't batted well enough, and in this one we were really sloppy in the field as well. So, dropped 4 or 5 catches. Looking back now, if it makes 100 runs difference, then we're right in the game. With the attack that we've got, we're showing we're having no problems creating chances and taking wickets. So we've just got to score enough runs, and if we do that, then I think we'll go well in these last 2 test matches.
How deflating was it for the attack, given they'd done so much good work in the test and the plans had been executed so well, to see those chances go down?
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's ever great to be running in as hard as they do and having drop catches go down left, right and centre. But, they realise it's part of the game. It happens. Obviously, we train hard for it not to happen, but it's just part of the game, and you have to move on. And as I said, we'll try and rectify it going into the next Test match.
To you, does it feel, I mean, as much as Australia's the number one team in the world, that the margins between these two teams seem not overly large, even though the result's pretty significant and was significant in Adelaide as well?
Yeah, we're bitterly disappointed to lose this Test match, if we're totally honest. We certainly think we're the best team in the world. We think when we play at our best, we are. The last two Test matches, we won in Adelaide, but we didn't play as well as we would have liked. I suppose that's one positive we can take. We've literally played nowhere near the best cricket that we can play, and we've been in a chance of winning both Test matches. So that's the only positive we can take from it.
We can dive on the negative, or we can look at a positive.
Yep.
Cameron Green, what did you make of his performance in his second Test?
Yeah, I thought he was fantastic. I think his bowling's going to get better and better the more he bowls. He's a little bit raw at the moment, but he hasn't bowled a hell of a lot in even domestic cricket because of the workloads he's been on. So it's great that he keeps getting through games and innings for us. We can keep building his workload up. He gets more done in the nets. He's going to be, a super asset for our side with the ball. And I think today with the bat, we know the quality and the skill that he's got, but I think you also see the temperament and the class and the composure that he's got as well. So he's an exciting talent.
You talk about the temperament on the ground, but off the ground, there was a shot of him just before he batted. He was laying back like he didn't have a care in the world. Does that about sum him up? Yeah,
I think so. I think that's one of his strengths. He's a very laid-back young kid, quietly confident. He's just got a really nice way about him. He's great to have in our team, and the boys are enjoying having him, that's for sure.
You've got a batting unit that isn't functioning super well at the moment, and you know the tactics aren't going to change between here and because Indian bowlers are doing so well. How do you try and turn that around, knowing that core group stays together and they have to find a solution?
You've got to back them. Some of those guys are the best players in the world. We've got another one who's been batting out in the nets today who's also a pretty good player. But, there's been a lot of talk about the tactics. This isn't the first team that have bowled at Steve Smith stumps or Marnus Labuschagne. They know what they're doing. Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck in this game. Rahane played superbly, had some luck, he was dropped a number of times. That's the game. At this level, there's fine margins. So what we do is that most times Steve Smith's found a way and worked it out, and he works it out pretty quickly. So he's missed out 3 times, but I think even Don Bradman missed out 3 times. So I think we give him a chance, and we fully expect him to bounce back, and everyone else in our order we know can get the job done.
Will Dave want to play the next Test?
I'm hoping so. I've only watched as you have. I'm not allowed to go out to the nets when he's out there, so I've had a few texts with him. He's pretty confident. He's obviously moving really well. And even just having Davey in our side, the added energy and the attitude that he brings to our team, it gives us another dimension. And clearly he's a huge key part of our side.
So Timothy's running at full capacity now from what you know?
He looked to be. But he'll often tell you that he doesn't need to run that fast because he hits boundaries. So we're looking forward to having him back in. As I said, he brings some confidence to our team, and from what we've seen and what I've heard, he's looking pretty good.
And could you cover him in the field if, say, he wasn't 100%, you didn't want him running out to long boundaries and that sort of thing?
I think even in the Ashes, he's fielded in the slips before. He's a pretty versatile fielder. He can go anywhere. And now Wade, he's had a Lazarus-like recovery. He looks like he can go back out in the field as well, which is good.
Explain to us what it's like to be able to keep to the world's best bowling lineup, who are in astonishing form.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's just, obviously keeping for me is being involved in the game. That's why I do it. I love being a part of every game, every ball, and being involved. But with this one, I feel like I'm going to get a dismissal every ball, which is awesome. It's exciting. It's nerve-wracking. They're quick. It's zinging through. It's a challenge. Certainly I think I've got the best job in the world at the moment. It's a great seat to see it happening.
With the 2 Test matches, they've finished well within time.
Yeah.
Is there something in the wickets that we're missing from afar? How have the wickets been playing?
No, I think both wickets have been really good. I thought Adelaide, I said to our boys when I was out there batting, if I can be out there batting, there's no reason you guys can't. I'm our worst batter. So, and I felt pretty good in Adelaide, under lights as well. So, I just think it's 2 good attacks. It's high pressure. It's 2 good teams, and there's a lot at stake. And sometimes that forces mistakes. So, I'd say both teams would say they're probably not batting at their best. But I think it's just the pressure around the series and the pressure that bowling attacks are being able to build.
Just coming back to the drop catches, we see you doing catching practice, and it's extraordinary to watch how many of these catches go to hand and get taken in practice.
Yeah.
Yet in games they drop ones that
Yeah.
you would never ever drop.
Yeah.
What is the difference between the game, and how do you practice that?
Yeah,
Sort of-
it's hard to replicate, isn't it? It is impossible to replicate unless you're doing it in game. So, I said after day one that it's not an excuse. It's a fact that on day one it was dark and the lights were on, and that red ball isn't the easiest. So I think you saw Marnus in particular and Steve Smith. They got done for pace. So when the lights are on and the red ball's hard, it's hard to gauge length, a bit like the pink ball under lights, if you like. So they're normally the days and the periods where you see more mistakes made, but. We're trying lots of different things at training. We're trying to get closer. We're trying to throw it faster. We're trying to test ourselves, spread further in the slip, so we're going for everything. But again, in game, it's purely down to concentration and I suppose just backing your skill and instinct to do it. And as I said, sometimes they go in. Most of the time at this level, with the amount of practice we do, they catch them. But sometimes you have those days and seem to just flow on and spill over into our whole group.
Well, the obvious thing at training is that you know they're coming.
Oh, exactly. You know, don't you? So and that's what I always say. I always laugh when the slips fielders drop them at training because you know it's coming. I find that very, very hard to do. But yeah, in game, obviously, it's a very challenging place to field, particularly when our attack is outstanding, but they are coming quickly. And the interesting thing about here was the ball was coming through so quickly when it wasn't off the bat. We were standing so close because Nick's seemed to be going really low. So it was just a funny sort of catching week.
Tim, you've had a bit of a love-hate relationship with DRS. In this match, you were sort of saved via the review on the run-out, and then yesterday your dismissal where you clearly didn't feel like you were out. Can you talk us through what unfolded out there from your perspective?
I just walked down to Greenie and said, "We're no probs, mate. Don't worry about it." So just disappointed. The process, what can you say? I mean, to have all the technology and be given out when you don't hit a ball in this day and age is pretty disappointing, but more so for the game. We felt that if Greenie and I could get us ahead and build a good partnership, we'd both been playing pretty well in the last test. As I said before, another 100 runs makes a huge difference in this test match. So, disappointing from that aspect.
So even after you saw some sort of a spike on the big screen, did you still feel like you were safe?
Yeah, well, I knew I didn't hit it, so it's it is what it is. And
so where could the noise come from, do you reckon?
Well, it's a good. It's a good question because that's my thing with the Snicko is it doesn't differentiate what the noise is. It could have been anything. It could have been my thigh pad ripping. It could have been my glove. It could have been my feet dragging along the ground. It might have been the wicketkeeper's feet. You don't know. It picks up noise. It doesn't tell you, oh, that was bat on ball or that was the foot on the ground. It picks up noise, and if it's within a frame for some reason, you've hit it. So, disappointing.
What's the solution?
That's a great question, Dirk. Always a good question. Look, I actually, if I'm totally honest with what happened yesterday, I wasn't too upset with the technology. I was upset with the use of the technology. I thought that there was other angles that should have been looked at before that was given out that showed I didn't hit the ball.
Yeah.
Now, you've been really acquainted with Pan. The verbals, has that continued?
Not as much. No, not so far. I'm sure it will at some stage. I think Wadey's taken over by the sounds of it. They had a few back and forth. They're very similar characters. But yeah, I mean, so far this test series has been played in pretty good spirit. I think it'll continue to, but there's going to be periods in the next few tests when it boils over, I'm sure, but it'll all be done in the right spirit.
Well, let's wait and see where the next one is, Tim.
Yeah.
Good to chat. Thanks for your time, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Tim.
Tim Payne, the Australian Test captain, with us on Grandstand Cricket there after India levelled the series, winning the match at the MCG by 8 wickets. India 2 for 70. Shubman Gill made 35 and Ajinkya Rahane, the man of the match, 27 in the second innings to go with his 112. And we've got quite a good look at the Johnny Muller medal here, the medal that's been struck for the best player in this Test match, as Ajinkya Rahane is actually doing an interview with the host television broadcaster back to India, and it's a very nice looking medal indeed, honouring the great Indigenous player from the late 1800s. So he was acknowledged here during the Test match, and the medal has been presented today. Virat Kohli has tweeted. I'm sure you follow Virat. You wouldn't be on Twitter, would you, Murph?
I know what Twitter is. I get on and tweet all the time, mate.
What
it's
a
great
win
fun.
this is. He says absolutely amazing effort by the whole team. Couldn't be happier for the boys, and especially Jinx, who led the team to victory amazingly. Onwards and upwards from here. Contrasting styles of leaders, aren't they, Virat Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane? But could you fault his captaincy in this match as much as we've heralded his batting, the way he managed his players?
Well, I must admit, I saw India a couple of years ago, Australia play India in India, and Virat Kohli was off the ground for some time with a shoulder injury, and the Indian team seemed to lose the plot altogether, and you thought, there's a bloke that has got control over the players, and the players hold him in really high regard. And then with the captaincy in this test match, it didn't miss a beat, did it? The field placings were good, everything seemed to fall in place, and to be honest, the Australians didn't really put his captaincy under the pressure, Rahane, so he's allowed to make 100, he made a great 100, and his plans in the fielding and bowling department worked, so he didn't have to look for a plan B or a plan C. Plan A worked, and when you're captaining, I think that's ideal for the way the game turned out.
My only flaw in his captaincy would have been to bowl the debutant in the first session of the Test match. That's probably the only thing looking back across the game that I think he probably missed. In hindsight, you're going to sit there and say, well, it didn't really matter, but you know, if you debut another 9 people across your captaincy career, I think you'd be disappointed if you don't give the debutant the ball, particularly as a fast bowler in the first session of the bowling.
The thought there might be just to hold him back and get him angry, so he hasn't bowled in that first session.
He did speak to him a lot during the course of that first session when he made that
look
decision.
At Dirk, just to stay on.
You're experiencing the Dirk Dennis look when he doesn't agree with you, Merv, and I'm loving the way you're reacting to it, actually. But let's touch on Mohammad Siraj and his performance here on the debut. We've mentioned Shubman Gill looks a real player at the top of the order, and he's attacking and exciting to watch. Well, Siraj handled himself and acquitted himself beautifully during this Test match. And I suppose, Dirk, the question over him was, how would he go spell after spell after spell?
I thought it was a stunning debut. I saw him in the tour game in Sydney, and his first spell was excellent. The standout in terms of bowlers in that tour game who weren't already the incumbents in the side. But then day 2 and day 3 just drifted to the point that it almost seemed a bit of fodder at the end of the tour game. And the change that we saw from there to here, maybe it's not a tour game anymore and it doesn't have that sort of practice game feel of a tour game. But even today, he was exceptional. The amount of balls that he targeted on the stumps, you don't get that. And I think listening to Ajinkya Rahane during the interview he gave before, where he said to have the patience to be able to attack the stumps and not get frustrated, not get carried away with the situation, I think that was the thing that really struck me, because you can get carried away. Probably the only thing he needs to temper is his enthusiasm for reviewing his own LBW decisions, because some of those were...
There's exuberance and keenness, and then there's something else, Dirk.
He'll learn.
A completely different category.
He was fantastic. I just got to agree wholeheartedly with Dirk. His performance, and held back in that first innings, and you think you've got you got 3 quicks in the side. You would think on day 1 that the 3 of them would be utilised in that first session, but they went to spinner, and Ashwin got a couple of wickets, so that worked. And we're talking, and I've been raving about the composure that Cameron Green's shown in this game, but Gill and Siraj have been every bit as composed and played well, and don't look out of their depth at all, because there used to be a time where guys used to come in, they'd be a little bit nervous, and now they come in and they just look like they belong.
Cameron Green has been speaking with Alison Mitchell. This is courtesy of Channel 7.
Well, things change quickly in cricket, don't they? From the highs of Adelaide to defeat in Melbourne. But Cameron Green is here. Cameron, things do change, don't they? You're experiencing the highs and lows of Test cricket quite quickly. But how do you reflect on this match?
Yeah, obviously after the last game, the bowlers bowled so well, and you kind of expect cricket to be like that all the time. But I guess that's the nature of cricket. You get brought down to earth pretty quickly if you think too far ahead. So, yeah, incredibly tough Test match, as you assume every Test would be. And, yeah, looking forward to the next one.
You batted with real positivity with Pat Cummins this morning. What was the plan when you resumed your innings overnight on this last day?
Yeah, well, last night we had a pretty clear plan. It was basically just to fight as hard as we could and get through the day, really. And then we just saw that work so well, and we tried to replicate it this morning, just try and get to 150, and then if we pass that, try and get to 175. Try to keep nice, clear plans, bat time. Unfortunately, didn't really work out today, but hopefully that's a good, clear blueprint going forward.
How close do you feel you are to your first wicket in Test cricket as well? Because I'm sure you're desperate to get that under your belt.
Yeah, probably tried a bit too hard yesterday and the day before to get a wicket. I don't know, I'm sure it'll come. You just keep on your best ball and speaking to the rest of the guys. If you keep just doing that, wickets will come.
What's the message from Tim Payne been to the group, given the way things have turned from Adelaide to here?
Well, just remember to play our best cricket. I think we just got beaten most sessions, really. And if we're winning most of the sessions, we're a really good cricket team. We normally win games. So, we've got one of the best batting and bowling lineups in the world. So I'm sure we'll look back over the last 3 and a bit days, work out what we did wrong, what we can improve on, and hopefully bounce back.
Look forward to seeing you for the 3rd test, wherever it may be.
Awesome, thank you.
Cameron Green speaking with Alison Mitchell, and his composed 45 was a feature of the Australian second innings, which amounted to 200. India set a victory target of 70 to win, and they achieved that victory target for the loss of 2 wickets to level the series. So Cameron Green, we'd all be right to assume he's just a complete lock for the rest of the series, and he's bowling more overs than he's bowled before. He's getting through. It looks like he could well be over some of his fitness issues. The issues he's had with his back, we hope don't re-emerge, but looks a long-term player and a lock for the rest of the series.
You would be happy if a batsman came in and played the way he did, let alone someone who brings the all-round package. I think we're going to see a lot more of him this summer and into the future. Such an exciting prospect, and I think there's a lot of upside with his bowling as well. I don't mind that he only bowls 10, 15 overs a day, even though he is a quality bowler on his own. I love the prospect of having someone who comes in and takes the load off the bowling attack, but also, based on what we saw today, has the ability to average over 40 in Test cricket. He's got the complete package for mine.
Jim Maxwell's been taking in the entire Test match from Sydney. Unfortunately, due to travel restrictions, he wasn't able to get to the Boxing Day Test match this year. But, Jim, we'll check in with you to get your assessments on what's unfolded. Reasonably predictable the way it played out in the end. But what did you take out of this Test match here in Melbourne?
I took out an extraordinary performance by India, led by the stand-in Rahane. I mean, his batting was definitely the highlight of the match because no one else looked like getting that sort of score. Okay, he was helped by a few fumbles from Australia at various points, but the imperturbability of his approach, the way he dealt with every situation out there, I think was a reminder to us of the importance in Test cricket of maintaining your composure and being patient, and he was all of that. And Australia, comparatively, they're all over the place at the moment, and as I mentioned before, most of it's been triggered by the absence of Warner at the top and a reliable opening partnership. And if you don't have one of those, you're going to be in trouble against an attack that's got Jasprit Bumrah and now Ashwin finding his range, finding the right pace, I think, to bowl at, and with enough variety. He's probably got more variety than Nathan Lyon when you look at that leg-spinning ball he bowls, which ends up often at first slip off an outside edge. So there's a bit more about the Indian attack, given the fact that Umesh Yadav was off after 3.3 overs. So it's very encouraging from their viewpoint. A nicely blended attack with the 2 spinners and the pace and young Siraj. And Australia's got plenty of ammunition. We know what they can do. They need to hold on to a few more catches. But the batting is the big question mark, as it has been for some time. And we keep talking about the fact that Steve Smith's excellence, his prolific run scoring, has papered over those little wobbles that there are elsewhere. Labuschagne enjoyed himself last summer. Looks more fallible at the moment. They haven't got a good opening partnership. Yes, Warner comes back for Burns if he's fit to play. And the middle order, Travis Head's a bit wobbly, I think. I don't know whether they'll hang tight with him, but they'll probably try to stick to the group they've got because playing at home, they're in the bubble, all those sorts of things. Justin Langer will be very happy on the bonding aspect of it, but Burns definitely has to be replaced after that. I'm not sure how they manage it, but the batting really, Cameron Green just showed up the poor quality of the rest of the batting markedly today. That was an innings of great maturity, I thought, until the moment he slipped on the pull shot. So I think Australia could still go on and win this series, but it's a great tonic for everyone who watches the game and loves Test cricket to see the way India came back from that. If Rick's still around, he'll have to dig out the last time a team bowled out for 36, came back and won a Test match. I don't think it would have happened very often. And that's the wonderful thing about watching the longer form of the game. These things can happen. So really the question that's uppermost on most of our minds at the moment, as it is with you, I'm sure, is where the hell are they going to play this game? Melbourne or Sydney?
Waiting,
It sounds, sounds like
We're
Melbourne.
still waiting.
Yes, the other thing is that I was just going to say the other thing that is curious is that the DRS. I think there's a ventriloquist out there somewhere. Now, if are you there, Merv?
Yes, I am.
Big Merv. No, Merv. It'd worry me if you were batting and you went for that cut like Payne did yesterday, and obviously felt as headed that you didn't nick it. But, say you'd passed wind or done something like that, that damn thing, that microphone will pick it up, and you could be given out on that basis. That's the concern about the technology.
Tim, if I pass wind when I play a shot like that, I probably deserve to get given out.
Dearie me. We've only got a couple of minutes before we have to depart, Jim, so good to chat, and thanks for completing things on that rather unfortunate note.
Well, he's right. Just got Ashwin doing a interview next to us here, very unappreciative. I've taken a catch off him in Test cricket.
Tell me more.
In India, last tour. Davey Warner, caught Hughes in the stand off Ashwin. 32 he was at the time. Very
Still
unappreciative.
taking them in row 23, Murph.
Oh, it was about row 3. It was a lofted off drive.
Gee, it's been fun having you part of our team for this Test match. Absolutely, Murph Hughes. India levelling the series, so it's one apiece. And as Jim said there, where will the next Test match be played? It'll be here at the MCG, it'll be at the SCG. Still no confirmation of that, and a decision is being crunched this afternoon. All the relevant stakeholders are being spoken to, and they're trying to find a way of coming to a conclusion. That the Sydney siders are obviously keen to keep that Test, and Melbourne's ready to go if required. So as soon as there's any news on that front, make sure you tune into ABC News, and all the details will be there, as well as the ABC Grandstand website. Merv, thank you very much.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been great.
Dirk Nannis and all the team as well. Kristen Beams loved her company throughout the course of the Test match.
Today.
Sunil Gavaskar, Alison Mitchell, thanks to Matt Clinch, to Jules, to Roger, to Stu, to Andrea, to the whole team. Did I get everyone, Merv?
I think so.
I think you'll be into me if I didn't. Where will we speak to you from on January the 7th? Who knows? We'll find out very soon, but there's a great Test series unfolding between Australia and India. That's what you would expect. It's one apiece after the Boxing Day Test at the MCG was won by India by 8 wickets. We'll catch you next time. Day nighter in Melbourne, Merv.
Yes.
Bold, ambitious, nothing's changed. We might see you again.
Hope so.
If you or anyone you know is struggling with mental health issues and you need to talk to someone, support is available at Lifeline on 13 11 14 or beyondblue.org.au.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
It is September 1988, the diving pool at the Seoul Olympics. And 28-year-old Greg Louganis is carrying out a qualifying dive for the 3-metre springboard finals when he hits his head on the diving board as he spins backwards towards the water.
The first feeling that I had was, I was like totally embarrassed, because this is supposed to be the Olympics and you're supposed to be pretty good and you're not supposed to do stupid stuff like that. So I was trying to figure out, okay, now how do I get out of this pool without anybody seeing me? I got up out of the water, and then I didn't know how bad it was.
How painful was it?
Well, there's so much adrenaline. I couldn't tell you. I was just trying to deal with the situation. Head trauma like that, it doesn't bleed right away. You get the gash, and then it wasn't until I crossed the 3 meters and the platform going towards the hot tub, and I met my coach, Ron O'Brien. Then that's when he noticed the blood trickling down my hairline.
Greg Louganis, already an Olympic gold medal winner, was helped away from the poolside. What only he and his coach, Ron O'Brien, knew was that his blood trickling from the head wound carried a risk. Greg was HIV positive.
Dr. James Puffer, he met us, and we went to this little side room, took a look at it, cleaned it up, and sewed it up.
In those seconds after you hit your head, you said your first thought was of embarrassment. This shouldn't happen to a professional diver in this way. Mm-hmm. How quickly did you then think HIV?
It was pretty quick. When I realized that I was bleeding, I was terrified. I didn't know what my responsibility was, but I knew where I was, and I knew that it would be an issue, a huge issue, and I probably wouldn't have been able to continue.
What sort of scenarios were going through your mind? Were you thinking potential that other divers could be infected, what people would say?
I was concerned about that, but you're not going to get HIV in a chlorinated pool.
But did you realize that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't putting... The only one that I was putting at danger, at risk, was the doctor. He had direct contact with the blood, and it was funny because my coach shook his hand, thanking him profusely, and as he's shaking his hand, he's checking his hands to make sure that there's no abrasions.
So how could you not tell the doctor?
It's in the heat of a competition. And like I said, I was paralyzed by fear. I didn't know what my responsibility was. So, in those situations, we don't always make the most rash decisions and choices. So, I was terrified. I didn't know if I was going to be continuing. Those were decisions that I had to make in a very short time.
I know it's easy to say, and this word hindsight keeps coming up, but in that situation again, do you think you could rationalise it better and you might have been more open with people at the time?
No, not in the time. I mean, at that time, as far as a lot of people were concerned, it was HIV and AIDS was killing the right people. It was homosexuals, IV drug users, and prostitutes. A few years earlier, they didn't have a name for it. It was the gay cancer.
Greg Louganis is gay, but he didn't come out publicly until the 1990s. He says when he was first diagnosed HIV positive 6 months before the Olympics, he thought he should just give up diving and, as he puts it, go home and wait to die. But his cousin, a doctor, had persuaded him that continuing to train was probably the healthiest thing for him, and he was immediately prescribed antiretroviral drugs.
The way that they prescribed it at that time, it was 2 pills every 4 hours around the clock. So you're training for the Olympics, Olympic trials, Olympics, and every 4 hours you're reminded you have a compromised immune system. In the middle of the night, I had to wake up and take my AZT. In the middle of the morning, I had to wake up and take my AZT.
Despite the drugs, despite the stress, Greg Louganis had managed to make it to his 3rd Olympic Games, and he wasn't about to give up because of an injury.
My coach, he said, you have a wonderful career to look back on. He said, you don't have to dive. You don't have to get back up on that board. You've accomplished more than any other diver, and you have a tremendous career to look back on. And my response to him was, because I was paralyzed by fear, I didn't know what to do. And my response to him was, we worked too long and hard to get here. And I didn't want to give up without a fight. And he said, okay, fine. We got to get ready for the next dive. We went for a walk. We joked, that hockey players get 30 stitches and they go back in the game. They lose teeth and they go back in the game. And this is just a flesh wound, And, we were just, kind of joking about it. But ultimately, it was a fluke, and I had to move on. It was almost like a mixed blessing. Yeah, it was horrible that happened, but it was kind of a wake-up call for myself and Ron O'Brien. I was the favorite going into that competition, and in that split second, I became the underdog. And it's human nature to root for the underdog.
With the crowd behind him, Greg Louganis' next dive earned him the highest score in the entire competition. He went on to win 2 gold medals in those Seoul Olympics. But it wasn't until 1994, just before he published his autobiography, that he finally told the doctor who treated him about his HIV status.
Dr. Puffer, I have known him for years. I knew his family. I saw his kids grow up. He was a family practitioner. And I figured as a doctor that you were tested regularly for HIV. So before the book came out, I called him and I told him, I said, about my HIV status. And I said, now I'm assuming that you've been tested for HIV. And he said no. And I was devastated because I knew his wife, I knew his family. I cared about, all of them. I felt so much guilt. When he sewed my head up, there were no latex gloves on the pool deck. And he reassured me. He said, I took every precaution, whether you were HIV positive or not. He got tested, and then a week later he gave me a call, and he told me that he was HIV negative. Yeah, he lost some sleep. He admitted that. He said, I lost some sleep over it, but once he got the results back, and he breathed a lot easier.
After retiring from competitive diving, Greg Louganis built a new life as a motivational speaker, actor and dog trainer. But he accepts that no matter what he does, he'll always be remembered for that September day in Seoul.
When that happened, I told my coach, I said, that's all anybody's going to remember. Me hitting my head on the board in the Olympics. Fortunately, I came back and I was successful. At least they have some good stuff beyond me just hitting my head on the board. That you can come back, that that it is about picking yourself up. It's not about the falling down, it's about picking yourself up.
Greg Louganis, ending Sporting Witness from Peter Bowes. For details of our complete range of downloads and our terms of use, go to bbcworldservice.com/podcasts.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. ABC Sport. Your home of basketball.
Well done, everyone.
It's 7 a.m.
Good work. Thanks for coming.
After a session of high-intensity interval training.
So if you've got time, stick around, have a quick stretch.
Tell me how you feel right now after all that.
I feel terrible.
I'm knackered. It ruins you. But I feel great.
I'll feel even better in an hour, I reckon. Yeah, when I've had a coffee and breakfast.
So what is high-intensity interval training? Everybody seems to be talking about it, if not doing it these days. Essentially, HIIT involves doing quick bursts of exercises, like, say, lunges or push-ups, where you exert yourself to the max, and then in between there's a bit of recovery time before you go again. Jerem Newton is the health and fitness specialist with the YMCA. He says this kind of thing has actually been around for longer than you might think.
So boxing, for example, boxers are working 3-minute rounds with interval rests. So interval training's been embedded in the fitness industry and the sporting industry for quite a long time. It's probably more recent times it's been packaged up
packaged up as a sort of a class for ordinary mortals like me to do as a fitness thing, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, and that's where we've seen CrossFit, F45, in our case, Adrenaline HIIT. They all incorporate high-intensity interval training into their framework.
We're doing a Tabata workout today. So it's a pretty simple one. It's 2 rounds of Tabata. So the exercises that you need weights for today is we've got kettlebell swings and we've got goblet squats, some high pulls and a sit-up and press. So grab a few weights out, find a mat, and then we'll do a bit of a warm-up.
This one is a Tabata session. What does that mean?
So Tabata is quite a commonly used interval theme that was created back in the 90s by Professor Tabata.
A Japanese exercise scientist.
Yeah, so he actually did a study on some athletes. The interval framework is 20 seconds on, 10 seconds off for a 4-minute period, so 8 cycles.
5, 4, 3, 2, and stopping. Okay, 10 seconds off, setting up for swings again.
It allows people to work at a maximum effort for that 20 seconds and then go to a complete rest for 10 seconds.
Although the complete rest for 10 seconds, you're sort of getting ready to do the next thing. You know, you're putting down the weights or picking them up or whatever. It's not like you just collapse, is it?
It's not quite long enough, no. So it is allowing the heart rate just to drop a little bit so that we can get that effort back up again.
So I want you to think you could do no more push-ups when you get to the end of the 20 seconds. 3, 2, and got it. All right, staying on the floor, flipping over, get ready for sit-up and press.
It does really seem to me to be a no pain, no gain form of exercise.
Yeah, it can look like a lot of effort, but if my mum and I were completing the same workout, to the naked eye it would look like we were working at quite different intensities, but it's relevant to a person's fitness level. If you asked us to score it out of 10 on how hard it was, we'd probably give a similar sort of response. So anyone can perform high-intensity training because that...
So what you're saying is that your level of intensity is different to, say, your mum's level of intensity, but you can both do the same class.
Absolutely. And it's relevant to your fitness level, but also your tolerance to that type of training. So I train like this most days, so I'm quite used to being able to work at those high levels. For a new person, just working at a consistent pace, working on good movement quality in that 4-minute window can be enough to bring that heart rate up.
Okay, something else to think about is trying to hit the same amount of reps every time.
The other term you hear a bit now is functional training. What does that mean?
The goal of functional training is to get people moving better, movements that require large muscle recruitment, and functional training should have a direct link back to someone's lifestyle. So, for example, my mum might do quite different functional training exercises to what I would do, but they are relative to her lifestyle as well.
Which might involve what?
Yeah.
What is she functionally training to do?
So something as simple as a squat. A squat is one of the most fundamental functional movements. So in everyday life, I've got 2 young children. My mum picks those children up, so it's important for her to be able to squat correctly and lift them safely.
Alrighty, from there, just going into a deep squat, and then just all you're doing is one hand up, other hand up, stand up. Come down, one hand up, one hand up. Push those knees out, stand up.
What's your name and how old are you?
Neil, and I'm 40.
And why are you doing this?
It pushes me to... You're trying to keep up, at least. Yeah. So, yeah.
And why this particular kind of exercise, the high-intensity training, rather than anything else you could do?
I do a fair bit of heavy lifting at work, so, just need to get fit for that.
And have you noticed a difference with doing it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, massive difference. Just general fitness, being able to get around, be more mobile, be more agile at work as well, which is really important to me.
Good, excellent. Fantastic, Neil. Keep it up.
Along with the adrenaline hit classes that the YMCA runs, another very popular Australian-developed high-intensity variant is F45. F stands for functional, 45 for 45 minutes, the duration of each class. Lee Wallace is an exercise scientist at the University of Technology, Sydney, and he's the chief sports scientist for F45. Again, he sees it as being fit for your life.
So not so much like absolute peak strength, you can lift this, car up over your head and throw it once, but it's more so just general improvements in muscle strength and endurance, to help you function in life better. It could be something as simple as, lifting a box up, putting it in the cupboard, or climbing that set of stairs.
Isn't all exercise functional training in some way or another?
Functional is utilising muscles of daily living. So not all exercise regimes are functional because they focus on just, say, certain muscle groups and not, say, all different types of muscle groups. So, for example, if you just did a spin class, you wouldn't be utilising a lot of your upper body and things like that.
So we're talking about a whole body workout, is that what it means?
Whole body workout, yeah. Full body exercises.
I'm Vivi Hickman and I'm 55 years old, almost 56. I think in terms of results, and by results I mean how I feel in my body. And, you had, given my age, there's certain aches and pains you get in middle age, and after about a month all of those were gone. And as soon as you start feeling stronger and more confident in yourself, you just want that to continue. Of course, you also get all the, chemical effects of exercise, and it really helps with stress reduction. I have a really busy, stressful job, and it really helps manage stress. I sleep incredibly well. So all those classic effects of exercise seem to be amplified.
Well, lots of people, get a gym membership or sign up for an exercise class and drop out. What keeps you going with this one?
Because no two sessions are the same. So that boredom factor that a lot of people have with the gym just doesn't happen with F45. There are no mirrors. It's not all about how you look. And also the classes are quite small and you get to know people and you train together and, it's hard, but it's kind of fun. Which doesn't mean I go around saying everybody should do it, because I think exercise is such a personal thing. But you could do a lot worse than give it a go, because it is fab. I'm a lot fitter and stronger than a lot of my contemporaries. I feel that. And I feel fitter than I was when I was 35. And I think that's a great thing to feel as well.
So remembering keeping it dynamic, not static.
Jerem Newton from the YMCA says that there are quite particular lasting benefits to this style of exercising.
A number of studies across US universities suggest that what happens with the high-intensity training is when you raise your heart rate to a certain level, and we use some of these big compound functional movements in particular, we actually recruit a lot of energy during the workout, but we also find that for 24 to 48 hours later, you'll actually have a higher expenditure of energy post-workout.
Exercise scientist for F45, Lee Wallace, agrees.
The higher intensity nature of the training means not only do you burn a lot of calories during the exercise program, but also following the exercise program, the body goes through this process to restore back to its resting homeostasis. And it could be like muscle repair or, replenishment of fuels, hormone balances, things like that you actually continue to burn more calories following these type of workouts compared to, just say steady state exercise of the same duration.
So feet about hip width apart, chest up and open, and you're aiming to hit 90 degrees range of motion if you feel comfortable. So just making sure chest stays up and open.
What do you think people really want from a training workout, an exercise program? What are people really after, do you think?
People want two things, really. They want results and they want to have fun whilst getting those results. And, contrary to what you might think, high-intensity interval training has actually been shown to be more enjoyable compared to steady-state training of the same duration and intensity. So you would think, it just sounds hard. Like, I don't know if I'm going to, don't know if I want to do this.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds like going for an easy jog or something might be better. But when they actually compare the results between those two groups, the people that performed the high-intensity interval training type sessions actually found it more pleasurable and enjoyable.
Okay, so 3 burpees, chest to floor. That's it. Good. So think plummet straight down to the floor, pick yourself up in one piece. So first.
My name's Carson. I'm 25. I'm only new to group fitness training. I've been doing a lot of solo training for a while. This is something out of my comfort zone. It's a different training style to me. Doing this is a real shock to my body. Wasn't used to it at all, but do find it quite comforting, when you see other people struggling as well as much as you.
So you've just finished this morning's class. How do you feel?
I'm knackered. It ruins you. But I feel great. Feel really good after that.
Yes, it's an interesting mix, isn't it, of feeling knackered and great?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you've done a good workout, so that's the best feeling after it. Yeah.
Good work. Thank you. Thanks for coming. So if you've got time, stick around and have a quick stretch. Or else we'll see you tomorrow.